Good morning, everyone. Hope everybody had a wonderful day yesterday, and I hope everybody's having a wonderful day today. So, sweet, sweet factory love. That's what we're working on. Just getting the last little bits done here. Forgot to do. This. Nope. That. Set you to 100. But still in Vulcanus, however you want to pronounce it. Just getting the factory sorted. Making sure that I've got most of the basic stuff, so that way if I really, really need to, I can go ahead and sort of leave it. Actually, okay there. Yeah. Like, oops. Yeah, we'll do that instead. That makes me feel better about it. And then I need green and red. You know what? I've already got green and red coming over here. Sort of. So let's go ahead and just siphon off of that. It's for basically the same purpose anyway. There. And then we'll just speed that up. So that way we are making more of those. Awesome. That's basically what I needed out of there. I think the only other thing that I really need to do is the biggest ones that I need are just yellow, blue, and purple. Yeah. So I really only need like that. Nope. There we go. You and keep. Let's actually move that over slightly. Move that in. Move you over. Okay. You are steel chests. Before I get that ball rolling, let's actually change this to what it needs to be. Okay, steel chests. You're going to be our storage chests. You're going to be our sequester chests, and then you're going to be our active providers. Hey, Bread.
I'll move that in. Okay, you steal chest. Before I get that ball rolling, I'll change that to what it needs to be.
Yeah, pretty much. That is the way of the factory. Damn it. There's that. And that. God, it's going to be one of those. No, it never does. But that's also kind of the entire point. Is it's never good enough. There's always something else you could be doing, which is the strangely compelling part. What? I'm terrible at guessing games. And you are purple. Exactly. Surprisingly enough, though, and this is probably because I'm such a small streamer, I don't get too many of those. So the only one who ever gives me any shit about my factory is Barackstar. But he's allowed to because he bought me the expansion. So, all right. That takes care of all of those. So if there's anything I absolutely need, I think I have most of it covered. The only ones that I don't have done are, and this is what I was kind of poking around at last night, was I was starting to work on the setup for foundries and the big mining drills. Oh, yeah, the main buses are nice. And on Vulcanus, they're even easier. Primarily because of foundries. But if you bring over the electromagnetic, what are those, plants from Fulgor, they get even nicer. Because you could just start throwing stuff out left and right, and it's so nice. The whole thing just winds up being real pretty. But I was working on, where'd it go? This. And, okay, so I've got like concrete, which that becomes, which is what I need. All right, Brett, have a good one, buddy. Always good to see you. I have the loop there. What if? Almost. Like that. That's the electric motors that I need. What about to see what they take. Iron plate, iron gear wheel, and electric circuit. Okay. And then you need... iron. God, this is such a pain in the ass. Why do I do this to myself? Iron plate, iron gears. That needs red circuits. And okay, so what I'm going to do, actually, no, is we'll bring up what I need for this first, which I've got. I'm making the electric engine units. That's what this is here, which requires green circuits coming up. So I need... Yes. The fuck? Sounded like something was trying to dig through my wall. Alright. What I can do here, that's actually going to work fairly well. Ish. Oh. Cruise, you moron. Nope, you had it right. Because I have to bring up those, but I need red circuits there. Yeah. Okay. So we'll do red and green. There we go. Then yeah, let's just keep it in line there. You are molten iron for the big boys. Also realized I'm not bringing up yeah, because this needs to be that needs to be the, where are you at? Tungsten carbide. Which is the last component for that. No, it's not. Ooh. you're red, you're tungsten carbide. You need tungsten carbide as well. So what if... Take this out. And I make this tungsten carbide instead. Because you need the green circuits, you need the tungsten carbide, and you need both green circuits and tungsten carbide. There we go. Then over here is where I make the mining drill. Which is green circuits. I don't need that. Green circuits. Just for giggles, let's see if I can fit this in over here. No, farther. You need to be gears. Because then the only thing that I'd have to bring up at that point is just the red circuits. So you... that. I think that's everything. Let's take this and we'll copy it. And put you there and there. Actually, we'll just pop this over here. So that way I can do the power. Okay. All right, I need... You need to be lubricant. I mean, I can't... Oh, I hate this. It's supposed to let me actually, like, make the stuff. Like, that's supposed to be a fluid source, but... Okay, so we've got steel coming down to here, which needs it, and here, which needs it. Cool. Next up, we've got the lubricant, which comes down to here, and it needs it, and then comes over to here, and that needs it. Cool. That's going to be iron, which is coming from over here, as well as the concrete. Iron gets made into iron sticks, and gears. Plus gets used there. Okay, so that's cool. Then you just need... Oh, there's one more thing that this needs, and I just realized it. Hey, what's up, Claire? How you doing? I need... What if... Just take this, move it over one. Oh, not too bad. Not too bad at all. Just setting up more factory stuff. And then you are engine units. Oh, engine units and red circuits. There we go. Duh. Use filter. Huh? No. I do play other games sometimes. It depends on my mood. Okay. I need left to be the engine units. Oops. And then red circuits and engine units. There we go. Perfect. That should be everything. And then I just need sure. I don't necessarily know if I'll be able to get to it anytime soon, but you're absolutely more than welcome to recommend a game. I always love game recommendations. You need to be big mining drill. Let's say 50. Now let's say 100, because I may need to import some Slitterhead. Never even heard of it. Huh. Interesting. I will have to take a look at that a little bit later. Oh, gotcha. I don't generally do horror games because they're usually just not my jam, but we'll see. Oh yeah, that's the stuff. Okay, and then finally, but thank you for the recommendation. I'll definitely check that out. Boundary and again 100. God, I think this is it. I hope this is it. All right, back to base. Let's actually give this a little bit of space. And I mean, you're more than welcome to tell me about your artwork. Not particularly an artwork stream, but I mean, go ahead. Oh, yes. Yes, I love it when they line up like that. If you're gonna try and get me to buy your services, I'm gonna have to let you know now. I do all my own artwork, so. But if you just want a place to hang out and chill, there's the community Discord, which you're more than welcome to join. Oh, I hate when this happens. And we'll see to disconnect there so they don't look so hideous. And all right, there we go. So I need steel plate first. We are. Make sure all of this goes through. Awesome. Next up, I need where's the loop? Oh, that is a question you don't generally think you're going to be saying in most games. Where's the lube? I don't know. Where'd you leave it last? Ooh, I gotta make a slight alteration here as well. Because I know I'm gonna have to bring in some molten iron as well. It's not what I wanted. Oh, am I out? I am apparently out. Okay. Part of the other reason why I'm more than happy to go through the effort of setting that back up is primarily because of the fact that it means that I can get rid of a large portion of this horrific mess over here. Okay. I'm looking for. Give me those and some more of those. I don't see a friend request. So I don't know who you friend requested. Yeah. I need that be coming up. Just vibing to this music though. There. Well, I'm kind of in the middle of streaming. Like I said, if you join the community Discord, it'll make life a little bit easier. Okay, so there goes the lubricant for the two things that I need. Awesome. Next up, I need to bring in my water. Basically just follow the same path on up. And should be able to do that. And there goes the water we need for our refined cement. Okay, so that takes care of that side. We're all good there. Now I need to bring in the molten irony goodness. Which I had. Here it is. Aha. Because then what I can do is just loop this up and around like so. Now we have molten iron flowing into our system. Next up. Cement and iron. Let's just clear all this out. All this nonsense. Grab our splitter. Oh, whoops. That's going to be a problem. That actually needs to be moved back by 1. However, that's going to be a problem too because of the pipes in the way. Okay. There we are. Okay, that'll take care of getting those in place. Let's figure this out. There we go. And dump off some of the iron where I don't. Okay, there we go. Next up, I need that to be the cement, which I have up here. Is that where I want it? Probably not. There we are. And finally, okay. Oh, Shazbot. That was stone brick, not cement. You moron. The cement's right here, doofus. Wow, I'm an idiot. I'm like, why isn't it working? Oh, that's right, because you put the wrong thing on the belt. Okay. Let's grab the correct thing now. Wow. Oh. Wow, there was a lot of stone brick on here. Thank God it stacks well. Okay. That's what I was after. We'll just have to make sure that the refined concrete is actually getting made. There it goes. There we go. Oh, Cruz, you idiot. Okay. Let's see. So, with that out of the way, next up, I need circuits and tungsten carbide. Which, wouldn't you know, it's right here. At least one of the two. And again, we grab our splitter. Might actually have to bring this down farther. Okay. You can do it right there. There. And then tungsten carbide, which is over there. Easiest way for me to get it. Probably this way. Yeah, we'll do that. That looks to be the better option. Then take this out of the way. Let's also drop some lights here, because apparently it gets dark on this planet. Who knew? Hey, there we go. Our foundries are now getting made. We have part of what we need for the big boy. The last two pieces are just going to be engine units and the red circuits. So what I can do is that. I'll move you out of the way so that I can bring my engine units down. Oh, because the rock is in the way. I was like, why is that not working? It should. It's got plenty of space. Engine units are up there. Ooh. Oops. And finally, and I believe oh, almost. There we go. That's what was missing. And there we go. That would be everything we need. It's a slow process. If only I had a way of making it faster. Okay, cool. So all of the important stuff that we need for Volcanus, plus some, is currently being made. so that takes care of the update and upgrades for Volcanus. That's literally everything that I needed it to do. So what I want to do now is our power usage. Fine. This is one of the only places where I don't have to worry too much about power. As long as I have enough sulfuric acid. Really, the easiest way to make sure that I'm going to have enough is just speedy boy some of these. And then we're good. Alright, so the other thing that I needed to look at was this monstrosity of stuff over here. The science that I'm needing is just molten copper, tungsten carbide, and tungsten plate. All of which I'm making over here, and that is full. I do not need this anymore. I don't need this. That can go away. I'm not making those, so we can get rid of this. I am using these for over here, so that'll all stay, which is fine. Because this is basically what's operating my rocket. That's something that I want to redo as well. Is I want to properly set up my rockets, and I want several of them as I need them. So that'll probably be the next thing that I do, especially given that I have a bunch of stuff on me. I need more blue circuits, and I need more of those apparently. Jesus, how many? Oh, I need 200, and I need 1,000 concrete. Where am I making my concrete? Right there. There we go. And then I just need like 60 more blue circuits. You're getting a little low there. Let's solve that problem. That'll be something else that I have to take care of at some point in time. Is I did finish getting all of my railroad stuff done up. So over here, I have all my rail stuff ready to go, plus the pump jack. And I do. You know what I ought to do, because I do have... Well, no, because I've got these guys, so it won't matter. Yeah, because I was thinking about the little guys, but it's like, I don't need them. I've got the big ones. But mostly, I just wanted to be able to start setting up a rail network in here. The biggest problem that I'm going to have with that, which really isn't a problem right now, it will be later on, maybe. And why I need to get to Aquilos so that I can start doing the research on that, is that there are the foundations. With the foundations, I need to be able to place them down so that I can actually cover some of the lakes here. Specifically, I need to cover this so that I can continue my belt work. Although, in all honesty, that's really the only stuff that I need to build for here. The only other thing that I would need are the refineries and the chemical plants. Those are the only two other things that I really, really need. Oh, I should probably check on VF Hauler. How you doing on fuel? Oh, you're fine. You're good. That does become a slight problem now that I'm thinking about it. Left is going to be calcite. No. Left is now calcite. There we go. You are calcite. Let's do 7. Not 70,000, just 7,000. There we go. Okay, so as long as I have less than 7,000 calcite, this arm will operate, which is what I want. But the ice... Actually, you know what? Let's bump you up to 600. Let's bump the ice up 600. I've got the space. On that. There we go. And that's just going to ensure that I have plenty of stuff for primarily just for fuel. That's my biggest concern. Okay. Oh yeah, I needed the blue circuits. What I might just do is go ahead and take Yeah. Oh no. I'm out of roboports. What do I need for roboports? Just steel, iron, and advanced circuits. Let me grab some steel. There we go. There we go. That should be good. I don't need to be that greedy. But in essence, what that'll do is just mean that it'll be easier to make the stuff that I need later if I need to make it by hand. Or if I need to transport it by hand. Where am I? There I am. Still haven't finished this. Get it done faster. Oh, hey, I was already making a whole bunch over here. Wow, Cruz. Look at you being smart again. Not. Okay, so I do have to keep most of this in here just because, for the most part, it's what's doing all of my research. So eventually I'll be able to get rid of it. Well, I mean, it is and it isn't. I don't know. I'll figure it out. Almost there. I'll give that a few more. Right. Double checking on some things. YouTube looking boring as always. Oh. Stretch is stretch. Okay. What else we got? There yet? There yet? Are we there? Oh. I already know. That's, yeah, we still got like 19 of those to go. So upset when I found out I couldn't do nuclear on the planet. I was like, how am I supposed to? Oh, that's how. Oh, you're waiting on those. Okay, let's fix that. Now you're not waiting on them. There we go. That's working a little better. Yeah, honestly, don't need those anymore. Get rid of those and those. Aha, there we go. So let's clean this out. Clean this. what is that for? Oh, that's for the ammo. Okay. Need those still for at least the time being, but I'll eventually get those cleared out as well. Okay, that starts to clear that up a little bit. Eventually, hey, what's up, Yokozen? That's going pretty good. About yourself? I think that is. Oh yeah, give me that. Put you up here for now. I think. Yeah, I'll eventually have to change that. What else have I got? Ooh. The reports were steel, wheel, and advanced. Do I have a location where I'm doing all of that at once? Probably. Steel. A little bit too much work to get it all there. Close enough. Almost. That could almost work. Steel wheel. And then, set you to Roboport. Oh, Cruise, you moron. There we go. There we go. Wow. Okay, now I'm never done being dumb. Like, dumb is just a natural state of being at this point. Okay, now that that's taken care of. Oh, damn. Yeah, the past couple of months, they definitely wreaked some havoc. I know a lot of people out in western North Carolina were in bad shape. Yeah, I saw that. It's like, wow, what did you guys do? Let's see. Yeah, there was Tropical Cyclone Becky. What else? Let's see. I'm not seeing anything else popping up at the moment. Ooh. East Coast might actually see some snow for a little bit. This year has been a weird year for weather. Because honestly, Helene did an absolute number on the East Coast. Hey, Hollows. But Helene did a real number on the East Coast in ways that nobody anticipated. And then, what was the Martin? Shit, I don't remember. Oof, yeah. And so, like, just it's been a weird year for weather. That's basically what it comes down to. Yes, drop off that. Well, hopefully, next year will be better. That's good. I know what it's like to be without power and without internet for extended periods of time. And it sucks so bad. Nice. Valheim is good stuff. Drop off that. Hell, I still don't use Wi-Fi. Everything in my house, with the exception of our mobile devices, are all hardwired. Yeah, see, that's one of my old man pet peeves, is that somebody says it's Wi-Fi, it's like, no, it's the internet. Get it right, whippersnappers. Fair point. I've always had computers in the house. But yeah, I've always had computers in the house. I haven't always had internet, mind you. Well, actually, no. To a certain extent, we've always had a form of network connection. Okay, Hollows, calm down. Jesus Christ. Your old woman is starting to show. Oh, yeah. Deliver cargo to PF Hauler. I think I'm finally happy with where Vulcanus is at. Let's drop those in favor of that. Beacons, I do have some. Let's just expedite everything. What? Okay, guys, calm down. Jesus Christ. It is nothing that serious. Just a fun idiosyncrasy of nomenclature. Okay, that should be better. Now I can send up. Oh. Why am I trying to send that up? Oh, because they were in there. Got it. Okay. What, nomenclature or idiosyncrasy? What wound up here? That doesn't need to be. No, I think they're all good. Okay. Idiosyncrasy? Basically, it's... Oh, let me look up the actual definition. Idiosyncrasy. There we go. Idiosyncrasy, a mode of behavior or way of thought peculiar to an individual, a distinctive or peculiar feature or characteristic of a place or thing. Yep, it's idiosyncrasy. I think that's... Yes. And it's one of those things that there's a guy that keeps popping up in my YouTube shorts. There you go. There's a guy that pops up in my YouTube shorts that talks about the way that the English language and language in general has been changing, and especially over the past few decades, been changing at a much more rapid pace. And a lot of that has to do with the fact that the internet allows for the commingling of so many languages simultaneously. And so what winds up happening in a lot of cases is that words from other languages get mixed around a whole lot, or we start using words differently based off of the social circles that we're inside of. And it's like, you know, that is one of the cool things about language, is that it allows for a lot of strange going-ons. Go. In fact, one of the most recent ones that he did was talking about how Trump has been, how did he put it? One of the presidents to influence language the most. It is amazing how many those words are like, wait a minute, that's what? I don't know if it's a real word, as in like, well, I know it became one. Mary Poppins thought of that. Get me more fuel. Awesome. There's a It hurts a lot of people's brains just existing. They don't even have to see it. They just have to know it exists. And they're like, my brain hurts. I don't like this anymore. How is Gleba doing? Gleba is still doing fantastic. Awesome. I don't think I could spell it right, even if I wanted to. But I'm okay with that. And let's throw these. Why does it? Okay, fine. That'll do it. Awesome. Okay. Oh, am I getting low on molten iron? I think I might be. No? Plenty of molten iron. Or do I? Oh, you're getting your molten iron from up here. Okay. In that case, am I running low on molten iron? Yes, I am. God damn. That is friggin' nice. I like that, actually. that is really cool looking. I bet that was an absolute pain in the ass to put together, too. Don't we all? Okay, and I need... Can I get... Maybe. There we go. See, though, that's one of those things that I've always personally enjoyed, the challenge of building something grand in scale like that by myself. I used to do shit like that all the time in Minecraft. Just massive castles and cathedrals and dumb shit like that. Just knock out parts of it, huge chunks of it at a time. Of course, I also had way more pot back then. So, all right. Let's nice. Kind of reminds me of when I was playing Valheim with Fant and XM. XM had a longhouse that he put together for us that had, like, he was constantly expanding it, but adding all sorts of different rooms and stuff like that. That's one thing that I love about creative games, is that there's just so much cool stuff that you can do with them. What can I get? Ooh, that sucks. Yeah, that's one of the... I hate when that happens. Like, save corruption is probably one of the worst things that can happen. Okay, you're good, you're good. Cool. Alrighty. I think we're about done on this world. Let's go ahead. Head on up to BF Holler. Yeah. That's one of the reasons why I am really, really glad that, like, Space Engineers doesn't do that. Although, at the same time, it would be kind of fun if Space Engineers did have, what would you call that? Shoot, I can't think of the word. Sometimes, yeah. Like, there are times where it would be kind of cool, and then other times where I'm glad it doesn't exist. Because I don't think I would handle it well. Structural integrity, that's what I was looking for. Okay, set you back to that. BF Holler, how we looking? We are looking pretty good. Let's see. Let's grab some stuff from Vulcanus. Check you. I think there's been a couple of games, building games like that, that have used some form of structural integrity. I don't. I think I don't know if Dual Universe did. That was one of those games that I always wanted to try out, but I just never got around to it. Oh, goody. Now the question is, it is awesome. But therein also is a problem because you also have to consider, okay, what are the rules of the universe? And specifically, what items have what type of integrity? BO6? The hell is BO6? Oh, I never got into those. I've heard that the latest Black Ops has actually been good, but I never got into that particular series. I have. Which one do I have? Where is it? Is it up here? Yeah. So I do have Modern Warfare 3, the 2011 version. I think I got it because it was on sale. But, and you know what's funny about that? Is those are the same mechanics that Max Payne had years ago, decades ago. The original Max Payne was released in let's see. When was it? 2001. So 23 years ago is when that movement system first showed up. And it's just now coming back out again. That's kind of the funny part. Okay. One of the things that I need to do I don't really want to do this, but gotta go back to Gleba again. What do... Yeah, I need rocket launchers. Or do I? What if... doing on this stuff. Your acid limit? What is an LSD? Oh God, this is gonna be good. Nice. I think that's generally a pretty decent limit. Yep. I remember those days. I miss those days. Calcite. Good on calcite. That's one thing I've never worried about. But you know, drugs have always affected me differently. Like, I don't know. It's difficult to explain. Because everybody handles things differently. I just know some people. I think I'm the same way. You know that I'm pretty sure I just kept getting bad batches that weren't doing anything, which always made me upset. Doing all this stuff. Good. That is actually a really good idea. That's one of those that I've always wanted to try it as well, just to see what it's like. Oh, nice. You're allowed to grow them because they're really pretty. You're allowed to do them because it's Florida. Somebody's gotta. Have to uphold that Florida man stature somehow. We still importing? Yes, we are. Gotcha. It is amazing what is and is not legal in Florida. Okay. Considering that Florida just kind of sticks out there in the middle of the ocean and is constantly getting hit by hurricanes, you have to be fucking insane to live there. That's, I think, kind of the point. Florida is a special kind of special. Doing here in... No, it's actually pretty good. And everybody's happy. I need more. Hurry up, load faster. Yeah, honestly, these days, North doesn't want a civil war because the South would just absolutely be like, listen, you have two options, Texas or Florida. Which one do you want us to send in first? I'm not saying the rest of the South isn't messed up. I'm just saying that we might as well get it over with as quickly as possible, and we'll give them the choice of how they want it to end. You're either going to get shot to death or you're going to get your face eaten off. Which is it going to be? God, I've been living in the South, for the past, 31 years now. So, yeah, I've been here for a little while. Generally speaking, yeah. Yeah, for the most part. Like it depends on if they're raised in the South or if they're transplants to the South. If they're raised in the South, really sweet people. If they're transplants to the South, they're that fake nice. They're just being nice because they're expected to be. But that's okay, because it takes all kinds of people. Now, it also depends on where in the South you're at. If you're in some of the more rural areas or some of the smaller towns in the South, just about everybody you run into there is going to be absolute sweetheart. If you're more in the suburbs of the South or in the larger cities, they don't tend to be as nice. And that's because you have a lot more people from way out west as well as from up north. So they tend to be a little bit more city folk. But generally, the ones who are out in the country are the ones that are absolute sweethearts. Yeah, pretty much. That sums up Florida. Oh, I see what's happening here. I need more of... those. Yeah, no worries, man. What I might do is actually pop down there, pop back down there. Might just have to redo all of that. Change that out. Yeah, I think I'm going to have to. Because that's taken way too long to get anything done. Okay. Drop planet. Focus. I thought I was rid of this planet, but no, not done yet. Still got some work to do. Ah. There we go. Let's go grab all my junk. So what I need to do is most likely separate. First of all, let's just take this out. Am I using... No. Technically, yes. But really, no. Don't need all of that. Okay. What I do need, however, is I need this. We'll just do it this way. Oh, yeah. So I need to bring over... There, that should be what I need for the iron plates. And then I just need to bring over some molten copper. And then now what I do is I take this bad boy. Get rid of all this. Actually, I can get rid of that too. Awesome. So much I get to clean up here. And there. I now no longer have a green circuit problem. Beautiful. I wonder if we take this. And there we go. Faster. Make them faster. Oh. Well, that could be a problem too. There, not a problem. Don't need that. Probably. Now I'm making enough. Excellent. Okay. That takes care of that. Again, that is more stuff cleaned up. Perfect. Now I can go ahead, get back up here. Oh, I'm getting kind of hungry. I'm always hungry, though. There was actually a really fun Friday Factorio facts about the space pod itself and some of the work that went into figuring out how it was all going to work and whatnot. And what's interesting is that the prototype for the space pod and the way that it was supposed to work was very similar to the way that it works in space exploration, the mod pack, in that you have your regular rockets, but then you can attach a space pod to it. And they were thinking of doing something similar where you had just the rocket, but you would attach the actual pod to it. And they figured that that was probably a little bit too much extra busy work for very little actual reward or payoff. And so they just added it to the rocket. And the original prototype design for the pod itself is actually what eventually became the mech suit. So they didn't waste all of the assets, which is cool. That's a fun look into the behind the scenes of game development that I don't think we always get. So it was nice to see that. How we doing on stuff? Still got a little while to go before we have everything. think what I'll do for now is we'll just hold off. And next up, back to let's say 30 seconds. I was having a problem with this last night where I kept trying to stop at a planet and it was like, oh, everything's done. So you're just going to go again. And I'm like, no, I'm not. Stop. I need you to stop here. I was like, but, I don't want to. Awesome. It's a little slow going, but it gets the job done. Hey, welcome back. Why are we screaming? The fuck? The hell is a Magaminx? Oh, gotcha. The Megaminx. Got it. Well, congratulations. Yeah, I never quite got into those things. I don't doubt it. I remember my dad actually had a little booklet that would teach you how to solve any Rubik's Cube. But that was back when there were only Rubik's Cubes. Nowadays, they've got the ridiculous nature of what the Rubik's Cube design and puzzle has become is frightening to me. All right, let's drop down to Leba again. I hate Leba. Oh yeah, the people that come up with them are absolute mad scientists. I'll grant them that much. Oh yeah, I need my stuffs. Where's my stuffs? It's that. That. News. That. Awesome. What are we doing on Earth? And you're full of seeds. not be full of seeds. Good. You're good. Full of Yamako mash. Oh. Just. Oh, that's why. Okay. There, that problem solved. There we go. What I need to do next is get that out. Cycle a bunch of seeds out of the way. I do. Awesome. Where do I have my nutrients at? There. What if... Oh, you suck. A second. What I am wanting as a reply does not exist, and this makes me sad. I'm wanting to reply with somebody actually eating a grenade. As if it was like a pineapple or something. I figured that would be the best vibe check reply for something like that. Let's see. Oh, whoops. There we go. And thank you. Not quite what I was going for, but that'll work. All right. Let's see. I need this. There we go. And then I need that's why it's one of those that probably should be AI generated. Circuits. Yeah, I noticed that. Landfill. Then late. No. I'm not surprised, honestly. Now I need... How do I want to do that? Wait, actually, enable, disable. Is less than 50. That's one thing I've never done is never actually used a real gun. Pellet guns, BB guns, paintball guns, that sort of thing I have. Never real gun. Never touched a grenade. And I'm not against them, mind you. Like, I'm not like anti-gun or anything. It's just never had a reason or opportunity. I wouldn't call that messed up. It's one of those situations where the unfortunate reality is that it has to happen. Because for every person who is a nice sweetheart, for every good old Southern person, there's at least one asshole out there that wants to make sure that they don't exist. That's just the way of it. Hell, I almost went into the Navy, so let's do 60. I wouldn't call that morbid. Besides, if you're in the military, you have to be slightly twisted anyway. That's the only way you get through it. It is. It is actually funny. Let's see. Hopefully. Let's see. I need to set this up. Oh, I know what I need. A couple of these. First thing I need is if pentapod eggs are greater than 30, output E1. Then if oh, that's spoilage, that's fine. I do. They probably do. In all fairness, like I'm not running it. I'm not doing it. That's Twitch. Okay. Need that. Okay. And I'm not the one that ran the ad. I don't have mine set up on a timer or anything, so I don't know why it did. Okay. So if I take that, which, you know, it's funny because there's that whole adpocalypse that's happening here on Twitch that, God, following the drama around that has been absolutely hilarious. I need... Oh, gotcha. I'm not going to stop yet, only because of the fact that I enjoy streaming too much. Less than 60. Hey. If E equals 1 and a not equal 1, if red is 1 or does not equal 1. No, that's wrong. And that's fair. And that's one of those things that anytime that you're doing streaming, you really should be considering, is it something that I want to do because I want to do it, or is it something that I'm doing because I have to do it? For me, I like the fact that it gives my week a routine that a regular job would fulfill. But this, I actually enjoy it. And it doesn't make me angry. That's the other thing. If you're over 30, you're under 60. Then let's actually change this to green because that's what I want it to work. There we go. That should be what I'm looking for. And then stack size of 1. You know, and that's, I absolutely 100% understand how that feels too. There are times where I will actually not run out of things to do per se, but it feels like I have. Where it legitimately feels like I don't have anything to do. Or more specifically, like there's nothing that I want to do. And I get that way sometimes. And so I just wind up watching YouTube or YouTube shorts for 2 or 3 hours. And honestly, that's okay. I don't think we have to have every second of our day filled with doing stuff. Sometimes it's good to have some downtime. Now, if that's all you ever do, then that's bad. And that's one of those things that I have to remind myself is get up and do something every once in a while. Even if it's just, you know, cleaning my room a little bit or rearranging some stuff. Just something. Unfortunately, it's mostly just boring ass stuff most of the time. Unless you go out and actively change what you're doing, it is always going to be boring. Okay. I think we're good. Well, and my mom and I were joking about this because I was talking to her about Factorio and about all of the random constant shit that I have to do in order to keep my factory going. And that Rockstar had called it busy work, the game, which it really is. But she was giving me shit about it, and this is while, of course, she's also working on a quilt. And I was like, oh, really? And she's like, well, at least what I'm doing is useful and, like, builds something, you know, does something. And I was like, what I've been playing Factorio is useful as well. It's teaching me to not run my own factory. But it is one of those things that it just depends on the kind of hobbies that you want. My mom and I are constantly having arguments like that. You know, the taking the piss kind of arguments. That's fair. Let's see. What I need. Really, Automod? You caught that one? It didn't like spaz. For some reason, that was the word that it caught. Why do I still have all these damn seeds? There we go. Got rid of all those. That is a lot of spoilage. Awesome. Okay. And so got those, which I need to send back. The other thing that I want to do is set up oh yeah. So much. Nope. Not what I wanted. That's what I wanted. What I need to do is you need to be that. I know I'm making lubricant somewhere. Oh, well, that's good. I know for a lot of veterans, that is probably one of the hardest things to deal with. And you know, that's one of those things that really irritates the ever-living shit out of me. Dogs help with so much. One of the things that absolutely irritates the shit out of me is when you have these little influencer tweens who are always talking about their PTSD from some traumatic dumb shit that happened. And it's like, you aren't dealing with PTSD. You're just dealing with the fact that you want people to feel sorry for you. Like, I'm not gonna sit there and say that not everybody who says they have it doesn't. But man, people who really have it, they fucking earned it. Let's put it that way. They got it the good old-fashioned way. Oof. Yeah, I can understand that. I figured you were about to say that your brother got it from just, seeing you. He's like, oh my God, my brother, I now have PTSD. There we go. Don't need all of those. You need to be that. You over here. Be those. And then steel. What? Well, that's embarrassing. Where'd all my underground belts go? What do I need from them? Lubricant. Oh, damn it. Well, okay, so in all fairness, moms generally they're generally psychologically stronger to that sort of stuff in the long term. Strangely, it also depends on the person. I think for guys specifically, oh, give me a second. Cheap viewers, spam bot. And then ban. Oh, that makes me feel better. Okay. And that I think is the difference between men and women when it comes to traumatic injuries. When a father or a brother sees a loved one like that, our thought is, I was not able to protect them. I feel as if I have failed. When a mother sees that particular type of injury, their reaction is, I need to help them get better. I need to take care of them. And I think that's why it's different for men and women. Okay, now I need... Field work. Yep. And it's just how we are. But that also means that you have a good brother. Because he does at least care about you. Oh. Damn. Yeah. Oh, you know what's messed up is this goddamn spaghetti that my factory has become. Why are you like this? More specifically, why have I allowed it to become like this? Do you have some, but I need more. Go to oops. Apply that to Novus real quick. And you know, that's one of the weird things about human psychology is that we'll see a loved one who has been injured or maimed or whatever, and we'll think generally about how it's going to impact us before we consider how it impacts the other person. Which is a perfectly natural thing when you really think about it. And it's not selfish in that respect of, you know, I don't want to take care of them. It's just readjusting our perspective on the situation. And it's a normal thing. Like, how many times have you looked at a situation and gone, how is this going to impact me when I become involved in it? And then generally you will either consider it or just go, fuck it. Yeah. Yeah, honestly, the only difference to that situation would have been there. Maybe. Maybe. That's the thing. The military is actually very fond of not putting families together in the same unit because, you know, they don't want the whole family to die all at once. It's that whole saving Private Ryan thing. Plus, it depends on what, excuse me, what his skill set is. Oh yeah. Pause. Novus. Yeah, see? You're both marksmen. His rifle is just different, that's all. Your job is to shoot one person at a time. His job would have been to shoot many people at a time. Okay. Yep, exactly. Absolutely. I've always loved that joke where the officer's like, do you see that direction over there? Yes, sir. I don't want it anymore. Yes, sir. Getting rid of that direction. where is... Okay, this needs... I hate you. Yeah, exactly. While I have never been in the military myself, I have had a lot of friends who were. So, one of the things that I have come to understand is that military people have a really fucked up sense of humor, and I love them for it. I need... I wonder... What if we do... There. I'm not. Am I making cement here? No, I'm not. I know I'm not making cement because I have no reason to make cement. I hate this planet so much. You know what? Let's do... Okay, that could work. Then I just need 1,000 concrete and 200 processing units. Which all of that is going to here. I need 2,000 concrete and blue circuits. Let's grab 1,000 of those bastards. What else? I think that's pretty much it. I don't need those. And awesome. It's going to take 10 trips of those. It's part of the reason why, once I get back to Novus, I want to start upgrading my rocket silos over here. So that way I can just bring in a ton of stuff at once and be able to just cart it all in and have a whole bunch of rockets set up. Where is 11 pod? Why has 11 pod left? Oh, you're waiting on ammunition. Okay. I don't have... Okay. I have so much science. Now I'm just waiting on all the concrete, which will take a little while. Yeah. Okay. And have those all set. Don't... Oh, beautiful. So one of the things when I was setting up the factory for this, the biochambers, one of the things that I wanted to make sure of is that I didn't have extra pentapod eggs just laying around inside of here. Might do something about the fact that I've got that constantly going. Not a big deal. But the reason why is because if I have one in here and it spoils, it will then go ahead and hatch into a pentapod. And I did not want that. Shazbon. I did not want this either. Where did you guys come from? Oh shit, that is a big one too. Gotcha. Ah, you little bastards. Okay, looks like everything got repaired, but where did the big guy come from is what I want to know. Because that's the next thing I need to start doing is figuring out how to build. You know what? I'll leave that. Let's drop the egg. Wherever. I know I picked one up. Huh. Okay, apparently it went bye-bye. All right. Next up, this stuff. What I want. Let's clear this out. Okay, you're not gonna. There. Okay. What I want to do is I need to set up a location. Oh, good. I do have that. Awesome. All right. What I need is I need to start making rocket launchers. excuse me, rocket turrets. Rocket turrets require steel plate, iron gear wheel. Why do they require processing units? I hate you so much. Everything always requires processing units. Okay. I know how to remedy that. Actually, you know what? No. Better idea. Instead of making them here, what I should do is get the second... Yeah, I'm going to get the second rocket going. And that way what I can do is start bringing over the carbon fiber. Yeah. We'll bring the carbon fiber over to one of the other planets. Probably Fulgora, actually. Or Vulcanus. Either way, it'll work. And then I can just start making them there. Are you done yet? Almost. Okay, where did that big guy come from? It must have been out here. I have... No, I don't. What I need to do is actually have some more science queued up. Because I'm running out of science to go through. Doing on... Oh, we're actually good on that stuff. Awesome. What am I doing? Even better. Nothing like paving a parking lot. That reminds me, there was this game a long ass time ago. I had gotten a demo disc from like the PC Gamer magazine back when that was still a thing. God, I wish I could remember the name of the game. It was some sort of racing game. But I just remember that one of the lines, one of the voice lines was, I feel like drinking a gallon of turpentine and pissing on a brush fire. And it's one of those that's just kind of stuck with me for a really, really long time. Just because of the absurdity of it. There we go. And I kind of wish more games had that level of absurdity about their particular worlds. I think it would wind up making them a lot more fun and a lot more interesting. Okay, we're almost done. 5 more stacks. And then I still have to do those. We're actually not going to do those. Better idea. Once BF Holler finishes collecting all of the concrete that it needs, I'm going to send it over to Fulgor. And Fulgora is going to have the electromagnetic plants that I need. I'm going to wind up sending those up. Yeah, good. I've got like 60 of those. That's going to go up. And we'll bring those over to Gleba. Everything actually still pretty good. And I'm thinking I need to do this because of the fact that I need to just start scaling up anyway. Like, this works for the rocket, but I need more than that. And especially if I want to start setting up a system of protecting locations, then that's what I'm going to have to do. Because I want to be able to... I also need to start making the actual rockets, the explosive rockets and whatnot, on a much larger scale. So what I need are... Oh, yeah. I also need to see about doing better power generation, because as of right now, what I have is terrible. Which, that's the other thing, is I need... Like, this is just not producing the kind of power I would like it to produce. I will need giant amounts of these. There has got to be a better way to generate the kind of heat that I need. I imagine if I... Let's see. Maybe I could do... I could possibly do nuclear over here. No worries, man. Just trying to figure out the best method for generating additional power here. Because one of the things that I'm constantly running up against is a lack of power on Gleba. Animals! Animals are special. They really are. Love them dearly, but sometimes they are so stupid. Yep. I'm not sure if it's something about the runts that just makes them... She is a special kind of special. That's... Or as we say in the South, bless her heart. get rid of these cliffs. This, okay. I need a larger amount. Okay, rocket fuel has a fuel value of 100 megajoules. Maybe you should start telling her the commands in Russian. Yeah, so I need. Oh, I need rocket fuel again. That's this. Bioflux, jelly, and water. Bioflux, jelly, and water. I am making a ton. Oh, gotcha. That makes a lot of sense. Where need more? Just make all of those. Awesome. If all are you done? You are done. Let's go to Fulgora. Actually, let's watch it go to Fulgora. Well, there we go. Oh. So between the two planet, or between Aquilo and the rest of the inner planets, so Gleba and Fulgora, there is a much longer distance. This is 30,000 kilometers, same with this one. And if I remember, or if I am understanding this correctly, the asteroid sizes get bigger as well. So micro meteors, micro asteroids are around Novus. Then between each of these are the micro and smalls. And then from here we've got micro, small, and medium on our way to Aquilo. Once we get to Aquilo, it really is. Like, it's a frightening level of math that goes into all of that. Like, just looking at Kerbal Space Program and what it takes to get from one planet to another there is ridiculous. The reason why I was bringing all that up is because I'm looking at a ship design that I'm going to need to create. Okay. We're there yet? Yeah, we are. Okay, awesome. Pause that. Because now what I need Well, and there's like two ways that you could do it. At least two easy ways that I can think of. You could do a launch window where you leave Earth's orbit and essentially fly so as Earth and Neptune are coming around, you would leave Earth flying sort of backwards and then fly towards where you would then get picked up by Neptune. But that, of course, depends on where Earth is in its orbit relative to Neptune. The other way to do it is to do a gravity assist. Yeah. If you do a gravity assist, like if the planets lined up in such a way that you could do this properly, then you would use a gravity assist in order to not only reduce the amount of fuel that you're utilizing, but in some cases you can also reduce the amount of time that it takes because you don't need to have necessarily a perfect launch window. Yeah, exactly. Let's go to BF Holler. God, these things are so heavy. Yeah. That's one of those things that until I played Kerbal Space Program and really started to actually understand the way that orbital mechanics work, the idea of gravity assists and things of that nature and launch windows didn't really click in my head. Like, it was never something that I considered because I was still so used to the way that things like Star Wars and Star Trek had worked. Just fly right there. And so, thankfully, having played KSP, it gave me a better understanding of. Yeah, I know, right? It gave me a better understanding of how and why astronauts and the aerospace engineers and mechanical engineers and all of them, the way that the ships operate and why they're designed that way. Like, it really gives you a newfound respect and perspective on the amount of effort that goes into those things. It's space, though. Like, what color are you not missing? Or, what color are you missing? That's the funny thing. But yeah. Well, I'm hopeful that at some point in time, and I don't think it'll be in our lifetime, well, at least in mine. um, I look forward to the point in time when we are capable of sending people to another planet, even if it's just Mars, but doing so as safely and as routinely as people get on airplanes that are not made by Boeing. As long as the spaceship is not a Boeing, we should be okay. A Mars mission, yes. But that's just a mission. I'm talking about being able to just board a ship like you would an airplane. It would be nice if we were able to start that mission next year. I don't think we will. I think SpaceX is probably still another few years away. Like, I don't know. It feels like we would be rushing it is the problem. Well, and I was under the impression that 2029, 2030 was roughly around the window that they wanted to do the manned mission anyway. Let's see, do I have... How many do I have on it? We are at 20. That should be good. Okay. Elon seems like the kind of guy that he's not happy unless he's doing everything all at once constantly. Okay, good. So I get the feeling like he's yeah. And it's funny how many people will sit there and say that he's not an incredibly intelligent person. I think the problem is that he is an incredibly intelligent person. If he wasn't that intelligent, he wouldn't be where he is. I believe that. Although, I'm starting to think that we utilize the terminology of autism as too broad a brush, too wide of a net to catch various aspects of the way that the human brain works or doesn't work. Because it's very easy to just say, oh, well, somebody's autistic, so this is why they're like this. Well, no. I think what we need to do is kind of narrow our definition of what autism is and come up with another way to better describe some of these other forms of what would otherwise be known as neurodivergence, or basically just different ways that the brain operates. Again, I'm not a neuropsychologist or a neuroscience or scientist or anything like that. But it just feels like sometimes we throw around that word autism a little bit too freely. That reminds me of the floor mats that people do for their dogs and their cats with all the different buttons laid out. And that, it is possible. Of course, the other problem is that everybody self-diagnoses them all the time. Like, I saw this person on TikTok who did this thing, so obviously I have it too. Like, what was it, a few years ago? It was Tourette's. Everybody had Tourette's. I don't know what this year is. Okay, BF Hauler, drop off those. Those. Not sure if those will work. Let's grab those. And all of that. Oh no, that's every year. That's nothing new at all. Set down some of them. Hell, even I have anxiety issues from time to time. Like, my biggest problem, and I think this is more tied into addiction than it is anything else. But if I'm doing something and somebody gives me some sort of hard, definitive timeline, and then we get up to that point and there's still more work that they want to do all of a sudden without first discussing it with me, I start getting incredibly anxious and incredibly distraught about, like, you told me it was going to be this. Now all of a sudden it's not, and we have to do more. I don't like that. Like, that's the one thing that really gets to me. And it's not even like a pet peeve. It's just, it makes me angry is what it does. That's true, yeah. Now, I don't know if this is an anxiety thing or if this is just something wrong with my brain. I hate crowds. And I'm not afraid of crowds. I hate crowds because I go into guard dog mode and I'm just constantly paying attention to everything all the time. And it gets really, really tiring after a while. Yeah. I know why I can't hold a job. It has nothing to do with anxiety. I don't know if it's a hyper awareness thing. Like, I've never seen like a shrink or anything. I just know that every time that I've gone into a crowd situation, I am just constantly focused on paying attention to as many things as possible. God damn it, where am I getting attacked now? Oh, Jesus. They are going ham. Holy shit. Come here, big guy. Nope. These guys suck. Ah, damn. Oh, no wonder they went nuts. Sorry there. Got a little distracted. Yeah, I don't freak out. I do understand why people do, though. So, no, I don't freak out. Yeah, there you go. By the way, how you doing? How you doing, CDC? Yep. Okay. You came from somewhere. What do I still have down there? Gotta figure that part out. I have... That's what I thought. There is a nest down here. Nope, you guys die. I guess I can do that trick too. Suck it. There we go. All right. That's where I was getting attacked from all the time. Was the that nest over there. I think most people are like that as well. They don't know the disorders, like they don't know them intimately. They just know of them. Usually like from a friend of a friend or a colleague or somebody they know from work, that sort of thing. It's over there. I see it. But let's get back over here. Hopefully we stop getting attacked by those giant bastards. Those things hurt. I'm a little worried about up north here. There's not much I can do about it just yet. And that's just it. Is that, like I said, autism seems to be such a huge sort of net, sort of a catch-all net for so many mental disorders that it's really hard to say with any definitive, this is autism, that it does get kind of frustrating. I know that's not what I'm worried about, but I can definitely see that being a thing. Yeah. A lot of people just use the whole autistic thing because it's easier than coming up with something else. All right. Oh, hey. That. Take your stupid concrete. All right, now let's move you guys out of the way. Now, there we go. What I want to take and part of the problem is that unfortunately what has happened is that social media has popularized the lack of mental health, if anything. Social media has made it popular to be broken. I don't need those. For whatever reason, they look at social media and go, oh, hey, all my friends seem to have a disorder, so I should have one too. And it's like, but why? Why would you want to be like that? Well, that's going to become a problem. It's not going to become a problem. It already is a problem. Okay. You need to go to Vulcanus. Yeah, it's the community thing. Yeah, fair enough. All right, CDC. But yeah, like with the brain, it's much more difficult to see what's wrong because we still don't understand the brain. We understand what it does, and we understand what its function is meant to do. But beyond that, we don't understand how it really functions. Yeah. See, I really, really wish Elon had not gotten so involved in the whole political thing because he is way more exciting as a scientific frontiersman, as somebody who's trying to push the boundaries of scientific understanding. Yeah, that fair enough, CDC. And that's just it, is again, like there are so many more interesting things that he could be doing that because he's not doing them, it makes it frustrating. Well, and now that I'm thinking about it, what if this whole backing Trump thing that he's doing is so that he can lift some of the red tape off of himself and make, and I hate to say this, make some of the tough decisions that need to be made to progress forward. Because one of the things is that there are basically two ways that technology will typically advance. Either through accidental discovery or through purposeful experimentation. Accidental discovery usually is something, I was trying to do something else, but I got this result, and it led down a different path, and we got this new technology, or we got this new item, or we got this new whatever. Purposeful experimentation, however, is usually the route of the mad scientist. And it's one of those situations that usually winds up involving either test subjects or test subjects. And we don't like to talk about that because those test subjects usually wind up not making it. But because of the sacrifice of those subjects, it led to a level of discovery and understanding that we would not have gotten otherwise, unfortunately. That is a good way of thinking about it, too. At least if we begin to understand how to terraform a planet, we do have a basic understanding of terraforming. Yeah, exactly. CDC. Exactly. But as far as the understanding of how things work in that respect, we understand the mechanism behind terraforming. We just don't understand all the technologies that need to go into it. I don't even think that we need to take morality into consideration. Because unfortunately, morality can sometimes actually hamper scientific results. I know it's a terrible thing to say. But if you go into a scientific experiment going, I need to do this as morally as possible, then you have already skewed the results. You have already changed the experiment. That is the unfortunate reality of science, is that science at its heart and as a whole needs to be dispassionate and detached from the human code of ethics to a certain degree. Now, do I think you should go out and kill 1 billion people for scientific research? No. And that is different to a certain degree. Hey, what's up, Lennon? I think if I am learning to do a brain transplant, if I am testing methodology for doing so, I would want to actually have a wide array of transplants done under certain circumstances to better understand what contributes to a successful one and what contributes to a non-successful one. Are there chemicals produced in a non-willing test subject that would increase likelihood of success? versus somebody who willingly volunteers. And there are lots of people who would. There are a ton of people who would do that because they believe in what the end result would hopefully yield. See? Some people do it for the thrill. It's their version of skydiving. But there are a lot of things about the human body and about the world in general, about the universe, that we still don't understand. There you go. Great way to think about that, Yoki. It absolutely is a thing. I need more of those. But that's the beautiful thing about science, is that at the end of the day, it's the pursuit of knowledge that makes it interesting. Without science and without the exploration of the limits of our understanding and knowledge, we wouldn't be where we're at today. And it basically is just starting with the question of why or how. Oh shit, I was getting attacked. Okay. I was like, why is my screen flashing red? And then I realized, oh, that's right.
My sprinkler goes like this. Then comes back like.
That'll work. I think everybody thinks that. Okay. Paying attention to volcanoes. BF Holler. That should be 200 of those on board. Or I guess just 150, which is still, that's a good amount. How am I doing on, ooh, yeah. Let's also grab some of those. And that is the beautiful thing about science. And I think that's one thing that a lot of people don't really understand or get, is that science isn't about intelligence level. It's simply about trying to learn more. It really comes down to, I have these questions. I want to learn these things. And usually it's just about the world around you, the space around you, the universe around you. Doesn't matter whether it's under the ocean or in the sky or right next to you. I want to know about this thing. Exactly. As long as you can come up with a successful, consistent method of experimentation, that's all you need. I'm not done with space engineers. I'm never done with space engineers. Definitely taking a break. The biggest thing is that I'm still, let's see, I'm almost 190 hours into Factorio, into this one playthrough, which I started when the Space Age DLC dropped, and I'm still going. Yeah, that's exactly. And I still, like, there's technically 2 or 3 more planets to go to. I still have to go to Aquilo, which I haven't done yet. Then there is the Solar System Edge, which I haven't been to. And then there's the Shattered Planet. And I don't know if I'll ever get out to the Shattered Planet because of the amount of bullshit required to get out there. So, yeah. Yes. Yeah, you absolutely can. In fact, that's what I'm doing right now. Is my base on Volcanus here is what's building the majority of my belts. And so remotely, I'm loading up my rocket and sending it up to this spaceship, which is called the BF Hauler, Big Fucking Hauler. And then this is going to fly to this planet of Gleba to drop it off. Not as such, but they are rebuildable. So these ships, yes, they're basic. It's like an interstellar ship. I can use this for as long as it exists. The rockets, however, are one-time use. So once I launch it, it'll go ahead and it'll start building the parts for the next rocket. That's why I have these 2 progress bars here. These are extra rockets, essentially. And so as long as I have these full, once this one launches, there's a short cooldown, and then it'll go ahead and bring the next one up. But if these are not full, then it'll take time to rebuild a new rocket. So I feed it the 3 parts that it needs, and they're good to go. That is so true. That is so true. Let's get that up there. They're just lost. They're disposable at that point. Now, the nice thing is that between Vanilla and Space Age, they've actually reduced the amount of resources necessary to build rockets. So it's much cheaper to do so now. Oh, hell. Okay. You want to know about resources being lost? I have 2 planets for you that absolutely would hurt you to your soul. The first is Gleba. Gleba sucks a big, giant donkey dick. And the reason why is because of the fact that everything on this planet that you get from this planet spoils, with the exception of seeds. Seeds never spoil. However, what you're supposed to do is use these machines here to automatically plant and farm these fruits. You've got jelly stem, which gets you jelly nut. And then you have, what are those, Yamako trees, which gets you Yamako fruit. Once those are picked, yeah, fruits. Once they're picked, they start to spoil. And you'll see a little timer underneath them or above them. Yeah, here you go. It's hard to tell because they're all mixed up. But the little white line is their spoilage. How long they'll last before they spoil. When they spoil, they become spoilage, which you can then utilize, like on this line, kind of hard to see them down here. So all this stuff coming in here is spoilage. And I have a metric fuck ton of it. All of this is then coming down here and getting utilized to make nutrients, which also fucking spoil. Yes, you do get metal out of the fruits, but you don't get it directly. Yeah, that's part of the reason why I don't play Elite Dangerous there, Yokizen. I played EVE Online for about 15 to 16 years off and on. So in order to get metal out of the fruits, there's two things. Unfortunately, you only get copper or iron. And the way you do so is that you turn the jelly fruit or the Yamako mash into bacteria. Once the bacteria spoils, it then turns into iron or copper. So that's what all of this mess here is about, is that is very true. You're being chased by 8 trolls. Good luck. I will say, though, that trolls in Valheim are a bitch. Yep, that'll happen. Okay, BF Hauler, you have... Okay. So now BF Hauler is going to go back to Leba. One of the things that that Fant and XM taught me is that anytime you go out exploring, bring out the resources that you need for a portal, and then keep a few portals at home with specific numbers or letters or whatever, however you want to set it up. So that way, if you go out to an area that you're going to be exploring for a while, set up a portal so that you can easily get back out to your stuff. Oh. Are we there yet? Almost. Well, that's why you build a portal house or something at home. Just think of it as a challenge, like every other aspect of gaming. Almost there. Oh, that just sucks to be you then. Like I said, you're just gonna have to figure out a way to get over it. But it is probably the best way to deal with going out and exploring. And we have arrived. Drop off those and that. There we go. Give me all that, those, and that. Awesome. Okay, so that takes care of my green circuits. Let's actually carve out that. That closer. Now I need my red circuits. Honestly, now that I'm looking at this, don't need all of oh, you should see some of the factories people put together. They are truly gorgeous. Yeah, that'll work. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, you don't even have to spend that much time. Like, it's super easy to do it. Place those. That's not a big deal. And blue circuits. More pipe. That's what she said. Yeah, certain games probably just aren't for you. I think, though, that Factorio would actually be for you because of the fact that with blueprints and with the mod, the the map editor, the lab, it's much easier to go ahead and set up stuff ahead of time to then put it all together in interesting and useful ways. And actually make it look good. Like, these are all the different these are all the different things I've been working on. Huh. So, yes. Redstone. Well, and Redstone in general is just fun to play with anyway. One, two, three, four, and 20 of them, let's say. Mahler, you are heading to Gora, which you need to go by. Oh no, you just go straight there. Cool. That would be cool, and I agree with you there. I kind of wish that they did that as well, because I think it really would make the game a lot more interesting. Like you're absolutely not wrong on that respect. Let's see if I can set this up right. Oh, I'm sure. Honestly, SE2 will be out long before you turn 50. However, Star Citizen may actually still be in development by that point. It's hard to tell. Let's take some of that. And I need... Actually, why am I not just casting? That is true. You've got a little bit of time to go still. I need some of those. Let me get... Then oh no! Shit. Close to 30. Boo hoo. Although I will say that 28 to 30 is such a weird time. And then you hit 30 and you're like, hey, all right, it's not as bad as I thought it was going to be. Now, I'll tell you what's scary is I would say when you hit 40, 40 is a weird age. And it's weird because you're not in your 30s anymore. But you don't yet feel completely broken. Like in most cases, your body is still decent enough, you know, other conditions notwithstanding. But you know that you're not in your 20s anymore. You know you're not in your 30s anymore. And it starts to feel a little weird. Like the things that you used to do when you were in your 30s, you can't quite do like you used to. But there's also this strange sort of feeling of I know more than I used to when I was a whippersnapper. I wouldn't even know what a normal 20s is like, to be honest. Truth be told, I don't think I've ever had a normal section of life. But it hasn't been all boring, so there's that. Normal is just an idea that somebody came up with because they were bored. That goes there. Let's do it that way. There. Excellent. I think the idea of normal is much closer to average, mathematically average. What is the average? That's the best way to. Man, where is my ship? Okay, good. What is mathematically the most average type of lifestyle for those around you or within your social or family circle? And that's not always necessarily true, but I definitely understand where you're coming from with that idea, in that normal is what you are most comfortable with. Because there are lots of people that also operate outside of their comfort zone on purpose. Why are you back at Gleba? I didn't want you at Gleba. I wanted you at Bulgora. You know, the people who go out of their way to have adventures because that's normal for them. Fair point. Oh, Jesus. Damn it. But I think that's why, mathematically speaking, normal, or at least the idea of normal, is just what is the most average thing that everybody does. Yep. And when you really look at it, for the group that you were within, active combat was normal. That was a standard thing that all of you within your group were consistently dealing with. You know, being in the military changes what your normal is compared to everybody else. It doesn't necessarily make it abnormal, it's just a new normal. Because mathematically, that's the most average thing that was going on at that time. But it is amazing what we as humans, and what animals in general, can adapt to. we are surprisingly good at adapting to the changes in our environment and in our day-to-day routines. Like several years ago, it was not normal for me to wake up at 8 in the morning every Monday through Friday, have breakfast, then sit down at my computer and stream for 2 to 4 hours. Yet, pretty much that's what I do. I wake up at 8, have my breakfast, watch some YouTube, have my tea, and then I stream. And then I absolutely get what you mean too. There is just this, what's the best way to put it? Because there is a way to describe it, but it's just, there is this energy that you have grown to expect, that you are now wired to deal with. And it's not happening, and you feel as if you're missing out on something because of it. And it's just the unfortunate circumstances that was required for you to be able to handle it. You know, I think, yeah, and again, I've never been in active combat, but I get it because several of the jobs that I have had in the past were like that. There was this intensity to the job itself that, having done it for so long, when I was no longer doing it, there was this thing that was missing. There was an emptiness there. Exactly. Strangely enough, what was it? Echo Arena. Perfect example of this. Echo Arena is a VR game, or was a VR game, that was on the MetaQuest network. And it was a 4 versus 4, 5 versus 5, basically virtual sport, where essentially two teams in VR were in an enclosed arena, and there was a disc that they would fight over and then try and get into the other team's goal. Very straightforward game. And I absolutely grew to love that, and I would play it for, a couple hours a day. But then fucking Facebook/Meta decided to close it down. And when they got rid of it, I felt like there's this emptiness there. What do I do now? I don't have that outlet that I had. I don't have that thing that fulfilled me. So or for other people who may not understand it, binge watching, or not necessarily even binge watching, but a long-running television series, something that's got multiple seasons, like a Friends or Law and Order, or in my case, it was Deep Space Nine from Star Trek, and spending weeks watching that every day, watching several episodes. You suddenly get to the end of the series, you're all out of episodes, and you're like, the fuck do I do now? Because you no longer have that thing in your life. It's a terrible feeling. Yep. That is 100% that feeling. Liver that. Again, it's amazing what we get used to. It's amazing the things that we allow ourselves to acclimate to. I've never, like, are you talking about the latest one? Ah, okay. Because I haven't seen the latest one. Gotcha. Fair enough. Magic is cool stuff. Let's see. Yeah, I can understand that. More of you. Yeah. And again, it is amazing the way that our brains work. Doing good on science over here. Cool. I never watched that. I stopped watching TV a long time ago. I really just most television shows just really make me angry. Gora. I mean, okay. Most of, well, especially these days, I'm either watching YouTube Shorts. Well, okay, that's true. Everybody sees magic a little bit differently. But when I was growing up, I spent hours upon hours doing online roleplay. And not in like World of Warcraft or anything like that. We would actually write out our roleplay. It was all text based. So our exploration of magic was vastly different. God, do I miss it? Like, that's the other thing. God, I miss writing with other people. I miss text based role playing so much. Just sitting there for like 3 or 4 hours with other people and just writing out the posts that we used to. God, that was so much fun. And most of the group that I now, or that I used to role play with, they're just, they just don't get into that as much anymore. And I'm like, but I still want to do it, damn it. I have a different set of games if I want to do that. Shit, if I want to do that, I just go play Skyrim. Man, that speaking of Skyrim, you want to talk about a huge disappointment in a way. I had really hoped that Cyberpunk was going to have the same level of open modding that Skyrim did. Yes, it did. Still does. I meant what you knew. Oh, Jesus. God damn it. Okay, let's get some more scent. That is absolutely the point of it too. Is oftentimes, and it's my dad's fault that I know that phrase. But oftentimes you'll say something wrong, and the other person absolutely understands what you said. And so by saying that I meant what you know, it first of all makes them think about it, but then on top of that, it's just a really off-putting way of saying I know what you meant, but also in a way saying it correctly, because you do know. you do absolutely understand what they're saying. And so if you reply to it, something that they said incorrectly, it makes it even better. It's just one of those funny phrases that's just a lot of fun. I have too much homium ore. Yeah, exactly. A polite way of saying you done fucked up. Deliver that. Okay, and I think that should be the last one. I think I'm going to take a quick lunch break, though. Ordinarily, I would be wrapping up, but there's still so much work to do. It's ridiculous. So I'm going to take, yeah, feel free, man. Absolutely. I am always happy to share interesting turns of phrase. There we go. All right. Heading to 11. Oh, God. Yes. Absolutely. Just kind of watch his brain start leaking out of his ears for a while. Yeah. My other favorite one that my dad taught me, and ironically, it was while we were getting ready to trip on acid, is is that my friend and I were getting ready to trip, and he had this knife that had it was like a sort of like a claw or raptor claw. It was a really cool knife. It was cheap as shit, but it was cool. But we told my dad we were about to trip, and he's like, well, tell you what, how about I hold on to this knife? It might have been. I don't think it was completely, though. I think it was one of those mall kiosk versions of a karambit. Not quite, but sort of based off of kind of thing. But anyway, so I told my dad, and my dad's like, well, tell me, I'll hold on to this for you. Because honestly, if you guys are going to be dumb, you might as well be smart about it. And it's like, yeah, pretty much. Yeah. And that basically summed up my entire life around alcohol and drugs. If you're going to be dumb, you might as well be smart about it. And it's one of those, I think it's a dad or uncle thing. Or anybody who has just grown up around that stuff. All right. Now at, how are we doing on computer fuel? Oh, we're fine. guys off. Taking the phone away is probably a good idea. All right. Give me my stuff. There you go. That is a smart man right there. He gets it. All right. That. Jesus Christ. What am I doing to myself here? I just know this is going to lead to trouble. Okay. I save this. Yeah, that's probably a good idea. Give it to somebody who can keep track of it. But I'm going to take a short break. I'm going to go make myself some lunch or something like that. And then when I get back, I will continue work on this factory and we'll see about getting all of this up and running so that I'm producing enough blue circuits to make this worthwhile. So I will see you guys in just a few. Alrighty, back from lunch. That was good stuff. Nothing like a good, quick bologna sandwich. All right, I need bring that up. Bring this over. That's not what I wanted. That's what I wanted. There we go. I need. Yeah, where are we at? Yeah, here we are. Need this. There we go. Yes. Yes. Bring this over here. That's not where you were going. And you know it. There. Okay, that should be everything correct now. So now the only thing that I need to do is to get some sulfuric acid going, which I have some over here. Go. There. It's up. That's everybody connected there. And then you get red and green. Next up, I need to connect the molten copper from down here. Actually, I already have something out. Uh-oh. Let's make some more. I should actually just go ahead and bring the molten copper up here. Yeah. Here we are. That'll work. Okay, so that's the molten copper we need for all the wire. That is all of the electromagnetic plants that we need. Oh, and plastic. I need to bring... have that set up. It was... That's blinding. Okay, I do have that. That right there. Let's bring you north a little bit. Yes, okay. Here's what I need. This right about there. I need this right about there. There we go. Okay. So that should hopefully... Now, plastic. Where am I getting my plastic from? Getting it over here, and I'm making a lot of it. Okay. We're good there. So in that particular case, what I'm going to do... something kind of stupid. Make you 1,000. All right, just fill her up. There we go. And then that should be the wrong direction. That's because I need these two to combine. Good enough. All right. Now, here's the fun part. As soon as I connect this up, my power grid is just going to flat out die. I already know this. I know this because currently I am at the limits of my power grid because, as you can see, I'm barely producing any power. Well, I barely have a surplus. So what I need to do is come over here, grab a bunch of bricks, and let's also delete some of these cliffs. We're going to pave more of this. There we are. Get rid of this crap. Okay, and then I also need a whole bunch of you. Okay, good. We are making all the things. The reason why is because I need... Let's do this. I need you. I want to do it over here. Let's center this. I want to center it because I need to be able to do, okay, which I don't have. I don't know if I could set up Coveric's processing. Part of the problem is that with Coveric's processing, I need a steady source of uranium-238. I need 2 of it. Or no, I need 5 of it. But it produces 2. So I'm losing 3 per. Now here's the funny thing though. If I recycle the nuclear fuel, where do I even have that? It doesn't show. But to recycle the nuclear fuel, uranium fuel cells, requires, or it gives me, it's 10 fuel cells for 5 uranium-235. Excuse me, 238. But to make it, yeah, there's... Yeah, no matter what I wind up doing, I always wind up doing it at a loss. Yeah, there we go. Excuse me. It's 5 depleted uranium fuel cells, and I get back 3 238. So there's got to be a better fuel generation method for Gleba that I'm just not seeing somehow. However, what I'll do is I can do that. If I do a grid pattern like this, I can actually stack them up pretty nicely. And then I need... Where'd they go? There they are. Sure, we'll use the wood at first. We're not going to stay that way, but sure. then what we'll do is run this up here like this. Then we'll do one more of these. Awesome. Now I need a whole bunch of these guys. And we'll give them a few minutes to go ahead and get made. Really, really wish I knew why I was coughing all the time, because I stopped smoking years ago. I miss it so much, though. God, do I miss cigarettes. I just miss smoking. Like, there was just something about it that I really enjoyed. And it wasn't just the nicotine. It was, I don't know, everything about it, oddly enough. Oops. All right, this is where things are going to get interesting. Because, so I'm going to use rocket fuel, but I could do coal synthesis to make coal. Coal has a fuel value of 4 megajoules compared to rocket fuel, which has a fuel value of 100 megajoules. Oops. So let's really get this going. You need to be... And now I need some water. And specifically, I want a couple of those. Go. Number 1. That is a bit off. However, I like it. So we'll keep it. There we go. 126 megawatts. Out of all of this, Jesus. I need a lot more. So let's go ahead. Let's attach this to the network. Oof. There we go. Yeah, we are getting right up against that. Let's see. Can I get... this. I need a lot more of these. Oh, that's going to be some busy work. And of course, the other problem is that I have to connect them. However, there we go. And then I need stone. I am also going to need a lot more stone. How much more stone do I? Oh, I need pipes, that's why. I thought at one point I had a whole bunch. That. But I thought I had a whole bunch of the furnaces, the stone furnaces. Apparently I don't. Apparently I just don't. Looks like I need a few more. And some. Then I'll also need some more. 3 more of those. A few more of those, and then we just need water. So let's bring that over. Perfect. And then now you have. And then now I make. No, we're not making 474 of those. I'm crazy, but I'm not dumb. Well, it's all relative. Dude. And we are now sitting at 180 megawatts of power. Jesus. So our crikey. That is just too much stuff. It looks cool though. I will say that this actually looks pretty cool. Now I take this. I flip it the correct way. And we are going to start making I may actually just leave it like this for now. These, however, absolutely need it. those down just a tad. There we go. That's better. Now everybody's happier. Honestly, probably don't need to do all 4 of these. That should help reduce power consumption a little bit. Yeah, there we go. How am I doing on making rocket down here? There we go. That should help. I don't necessarily want to go full burn on it, but what? Yeah. Oh, eventually you will have to empty out. All right. I think that is better. Crap, run out of stuff to research. Let's do rocket fuel productivity. Because at this point, I don't have enough. I never have enough. I almost need just tons more of these. I almost want to actually start importing, what's the word that I'm looking for? I want to start importing the accumulators. So that way I can actually store up a charge while the base is not utilizing all of its power. And for those moments when it is, it will have plenty to go. Okay, and then I just need 100. Of those. Nice. All right. That is doing exactly what I wanted it to do. Yes. Okay. Give me. Definitely use more. But I think my biggest concern is I need to get started on rocket turrets. Awesome. Got one of those ready. So, rocket turret is easy stuff. And then rocket launcher. That's fairly easy stuff as well. Okay. So really the only thing I need is just need to bring in the steel. Okay, that is super easy. I love. Okay, so I just right click on the assembler, and I'm pretty sure this has been in for a while, but I just now realized I could do this. Right click on the assembler to get the recipe, like you're copying it to another building, and then left click on the requester chest, and it will go ahead and set up whatever it needs. I don't need that though, because I'm going to be making those. And I'm not making those anywhere, am I? Or if I am, I'm not. There we go. Now all I need is power. And then finally, you are going to be I'm loving it. Less than, let's say, 200. Make those faster. And there we go. We are now making rocket turrets. 190 hours into this playthrough. And we are now making rocket turrets. Jesus. Next up, I need to start making coal properly. The reason being is because probably siphon some water off of here. Oh, whoops. No. No. Trash unrequested. There we go. That's what I was after. Okay. Where am I making sulfur at? Where was... no, I was making sulfur somewhere. Or maybe I stopped. I think I had been making sulfur and then have since ceased. Spoilage and bioflux. Wait. There we go. Okay. So I know I need spoilage. Ooh, look at you. Next box. We're button spam. No, I don't want to open a stream together. Ban, thank you. I am making flux over here. Making bioflux over here. What I could do is ooh. You. You need to be bioflux. You. Oh, I also need nutrients. This is gonna be fun. Oh, I need to create a nutrient. You get to become sulfur. There. Nutrients get made from bioflux. Okay. I need you to be spoilage. That. Your spoilage. Actually, I ought to go ahead and feed the spoilage into that. In fact, let's do that. Okay. So if I have any spoilage, it's all going to feed into that. And then be that. And I need you. That starts our spoilage loop. There we go. And finally, you are sulfur. And there we go. So if I have any spoilage in this loop, it's automatically going to go back into biosulfur, which, yay. Let's move you a little bit because I want to be able to take this. If I have any spoilage, I can just automatically feed it directly in here without any issue. And that, I believe, is going to be all I need. Yeah, that'll work. It's not perfect. But it should suffice. I'll have to keep an eye on it just to make sure that nothing weird is happening here, but biggest problem is that I'm just not getting enough spoilage, oddly enough. So let's get some more spoilage. Oh. And there we go. And then I need request. Yeah, that'll be good. Need one. Let's do you. Oh my god, I need more of these underground pipes. Just need, again, sulfur. And rockets are made in that, I believe. Which rocket is explosives and rocket. So what I need is this there. You get to be rocket. You get to be explosive rocket. You are going to be iron plate. You are that. Finally! Rockets. Nope. Explosive rockets are less than 5. And there we go. We now have rocket turrets and explosive rockets being made. And we actually have a decent power grid at the moment. Mostly because I think we're out of... Yes, we are. Just about. I'm not currently making enough. Need more flux. Man, I don't give a flux. Do I have any? I do not. Can I make any? Where? Yeah, holler. Go to Volcanus for me. What we're going to do is we're going to head to Volcanus, and we're going to go ahead and pick up some of the the modules, productivity modules. There we go. Words, they failed me in my hour of need. Figure if I can get some productivity modules in some of these machines, that might be a good thing. Rockets are going to take a little while to build, but at least this is going well, so there's that. Speed that up just a little bit. Not too much, but just a little bit more. Moving on. Oh, we're great on those. What I could do is set this so that 1,500, so let's say 1,500 is our limit. If there is more than that, it'll just stop, because 1,500 blue circuits right now is more than what we need. Like, that is absolutely just fine for our purposes. What I am needing more of at the moment is iron. Okay, now we're getting plenty of flux. That's what I wanted to see. Okay. And we're getting plenty of sulfur, which is awesome. Exquisite. Now, the other thing I wanted to look at was walls. That's just stone brick. Okay, cool. We're gonna make walls. Not that walls are going to matter a whole lot against some of the enemies that I have to deal with. But I think it's more so about just having that extra layer of defense around certain areas. Primarily what I want to do is I want to cover the north sections of the base. So like over here. Because this is incredibly susceptible to an attack from the north. for a second. Yes, good. Volcanus. I need these bad boys up there. How many per rocket capacity is 50? Awesome. Okay. So I figure if I bring over some of the productivity modules, that'll make it a little bit easier for Gleba to be able to keep up with what I need to do. Almost there. Deliver to be a hauler. So checking, just looking at some of my socials and whatnot, seeing how things are looking. I've almost hit a total of 900 views on YouTube between all the videos that I have, and more so, it's the VODs that I've been uploading. So if you're not familiar with the way that I'm doing things lately, it's when I get done doing a stream, I'll go ahead and export it out to YouTube. So that way, in case you want to watch it on YouTube instead of, excuse me, holy crap, instead of watching it on Twitch. And then, of course, the other thing is if, for instance, I do wind up making an extra video or so, I'm thinking I might make a video for those who are interested in how I set up my pentapod egg loop. So that way it's, and I kind of want to clean it up a little bit and make it a little bit nicer. But I've been really happy with how this all works because pentapod eggs, you really don't need a lot of them all at once. You need a lot of them over a long period of time, so you need something that will keep them going. But if you allow them to constantly spoil, then they constantly hatch. And when they constantly hatch, they're constantly and potentially doing lots of damage to your base. So at least this way, I don't have to worry about that. They never have a chance to hatch. How many did I grab so far? 100? Oh, just 50. Okay. Let's grab another set. Now I remember why I didn't accept your friend invite the first time. I was trying to remember why that, I'm guessing, young woman from earlier, much earlier in my stream, why her name was familiar. And I was like, oh, that's right. Just, I didn't accept her friend invite the first 4 times she sent it. I don't know why they constantly want to send friend invites. Like, it's such a pushy thing, too. Liver, BF Holler. Okay. That should be good enough. We'll go ahead and get this back over to Gleba. How am I doing on the ground belts? Okay, yeah, we're good. Don't necessarily need all of these. And we're good. All right, back to Gleba. What I would like to also do biggest thing is I just don't have enough of the iron. I need to be making a lot more of it. It's almost worthwhile to go ahead and double this again. Because I'm technically making a lot of it. I'm just not making a lot of it. There we go. That's what was missing. I really do love watching all the stuff in the factory working. The bots, the belts, the machines, everybody just happily doing what they're doing. Okay, all these are getting annoying. Oh, whoops. God bless it. That is not what I want. There we go. Yeah, that'll be fine. Thrust. Drop off those and those. This song kind of sounds like something from the KSP soundtrack. Kerbal Space Program, if you're not familiar with it, which is a really good game, and it's such a shame that they screwed up on KSP2. Like, they had a real opportunity to make a good game, make an amazing game, and they decided, nah, it'll be all right. Wow, that's a lot of... Okay. First of all, let's see. How are we doing on power? Okay. Let's go ahead and over here get rid of these two, replace them with those. Do I have a beacon? I do. Perfect. All right, I think I'm going to go ahead and we're going to wrap this one up. We have gotten a lot of work done today. Between Vulcanus and Gleba, we have definitely expanded more. Now that I have the rocket turrets and rockets being made, in fact, I should be able to also make rockets on where else? Should be able to make the rockets on. Actually, I can make the rockets on spaceships, so that's not going to be a problem. But that was kind of the last piece of the puzzle that I was going to need in terms of getting ready to build a ship to go out to Aquilo. So tomorrow, I think we'll go ahead and start actually building the ship and getting it put together and ready. What I may do tonight is to just go ahead and get a basic platform up around Novus and get it ready for Aquilo and get it ready to start, working on it so that we can set it up, kind of figure out everything that we're going to need and go from there. So yeah, that should be fun. So hopefully by Friday at the latest, I would like to be at Aquilo and yeah, see how that goes. So yeah, but that is going to be it. As always, thank you all for joining me on these misadventures. So glad to have you guys along for the ride. You all have a wonderful day. Stay out of trouble. And remember, if you get caught, I don't know you. I'll catch you guys tomorrow.